Hello, everyone! We are back! Hopefully everyone's having a good Tuesday. We are going to be playing Great Chronicles, and hopefully be able to beat this. Even though in reality I think it's not happening. But unless I do like a full thing. What part are we on? Hello, Morg! Hello! As I snack away. Because I did buy snacks. 17th April. 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's Chamber. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! I don't remember voices, fuck. Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go through all this trouble and fighting so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this. The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would capture a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I wouldn't pretend. It was in a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. How's the work, Morg? Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You still can't think I'm innocent. Of course I can. At classes today, I want to kill myself. Please don't. Jeannie, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh. Classes weren't even bad, it was other stuff that stressed me out. Oh god, please take a break. It was cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? I'll tell you at work or something? Alrighty. Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. But if you want, you could just chill in here. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1 to Windy Bank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Shloms don't like. Something... well, we don't want people reading. I totally fucking blank. So, that's why he lied to Iris about sticking up in the Ludwig's Windy Banks for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. They were broken to Windy Banks. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was dark, as you like it in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick, and then that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Shloms leave a load of stories with you? A story? I beg your pardon. The Hound of the something or the... If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. But I died sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it here. That's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Shloms really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it, and I'll go. Oh, very well done. But for pity's sakes, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The mantle script. Shloms weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Genie? Anyway, then there was a bit of a pickup out in the main bit of the shop. The Sulkin brothers arrived on the scene, yes? What was that noise? Someone breaking in? Hear me, is there some burglar convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstance. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like you said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think how I should help, see? So I just went... Jack, hello? We're back, hello? Okay, I'm gonna just assume that we're back. I don't know what happened. Okay, we're good. I don't even know what the hell happened. It decided to break on itself. Okay, I don't know how much we missed, so it shouldn't be that many. Okay. Back to this. I was right there next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winnybig might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old Coven's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew that he was dead. Winnie Banks was a goner. And also enjoy my voice acting. My voice acting is ass, but enjoy. I have funny in me head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did. But they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it makes things even worse for me. We'll be alright, Jeannie, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove was there in the afternoon. That Edgar Benedict. Ah, yes, Kaito. Blonde, blue Kaito. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. Oh, shit! We don't know his real name yet. But I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Reno's capable hands now, Jeannie. Mr. Naruto. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with them, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime was pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it. Oh, Runo. There was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ah! Why are you gonna bring him up, dude? Runosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me... Kazuma, best character! Kazuma! Why did you have to die? Inside me, I couldn't help thinking. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But... I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. He had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And, in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So, you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar. You're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Jeannie. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. It's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Nardado, I... She's crying! Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head in the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course, thank you. I've been both a defendant and defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Sasato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Ah! Azuma! 17th April. Alright, let's do this. This is Benedict. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. Bullshit. I see. But let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's per se of the case heard by the court this morning. Darn bit. Hi, Snake. A glaring omission. Yes, what is it, Snake? Of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I could not permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. No! I saw a Vietnamese Miku and it had that clothing item you were talking about. Oh, the Alii. And also, nice. I'm surprised there's a Vietnamese Miku. Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, all Aliis are different. I was like, oh yeah, I know what that is. Welcome to Yuma fucking Vietnamese terminology, I guess. You're welcome, Snake. You're welcome. Also, no! Why can't we use this anymore? It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. Ever since Brazilian Miku, everyone has been making a Miku from a different country. Ooh, nice. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived at the building. What's going on? We just started. We learned that technically it was 3 shots. Technically 2 at the beginning before we came in. Gina told us the truth, and yeah, that's mostly it. We're waiting for Mr. Benedict to exist. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edgar Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Hello, Kaito 2.0. Actually, no, Kaito 0.5. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, As an upstanding, English, why brain? Upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the court. It's the knockout kite. Also, you're a female? Ashley Graydon, communications officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communication Station. Who's female? This dude. Because it says Ashley. That said Ashley. Is that not a female? Even I'm confused. Now perhaps someone would kindly explain what is this about you, Ma. I have never seen a guy that has an Ashley as his name, but okay. But yes, Nick, you know Ashley is something used for dudes. I have never heard someone call a dude Ashley. I'm gonna be real. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with the murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. Not common in America? I guess. I could be wrong. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This is really beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Gaethon. You will respond to the exact accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbrokering services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scaramouche. Damn, detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. That is crazy. Okay. So, you deny the accusations completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. And it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. That's crazy. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? Your Honor, I clearly said it was an oopsie-daisy. Yet following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established. You will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Please proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Edgar Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Nosky Narhado, defense lawyer. We have met. Thanks, Benedict. Yep. If you say so, Ashley Graydon. Enchante? Incalihante? I'm gonna assume Incalihante is what the proper is supposed to be. So... Okay. I trust we can conclude this quickly. Hey, what now? But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Okay, what now? I don't know. Okay. I am going to prepare this now. I am save scumming. And do I care? The answer is no. I'll take that. Just in case, if I don't press him, or at least if I press him, he's gonna like say, "Ha, no, we're wasting our time. Move on," and then it ends it. Yes, we even met in the very fun brokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. So, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. Why do these two look at him like he's the fucking crazy man? Okay. It was Mr. Edgar Benedict, I believe. You tell me what the... The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. Ima, do you know anything good to mix with ramen because I'm out of eggs? I mean, any protein, probably. So I could throw in him? Yeah, you can. I've done spam, and it has been good. He's under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious! Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's gonna be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky. I'm not saying anything. You're under no obligation to be British, and yet, damn. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Edgar Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me. The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce! Whose idea was to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway. Oh, needless to say. Do I have anything? I think we're just gonna keep pressing. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that? Shut up. Gun and headshots. Pet. And gun. Thank you. We're also snacking on sunflower seeds, so you may hear me sound very weird at times. Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. I need to change that price, I realize. For you appear to be under a gross... Not sharing? I'm literally just eating sunflower seeds. Under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. The accusation is that the witness was present at the scene. Peak bird energy. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Stop dancing, bro. A silent victory wiggle? Thanks. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Precious Stone's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shlom's chemicals is able to... Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Shlom's character, anyway? Oh. I assumed all Londoners would know the name. Well, he's a great, well, renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective? Great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? What do you have to say? What do you have to say? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Sulkin? What, me? No, the Mr. Sulkin next to you. Right, I have had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not big bro sulky. I meant the green bitch. Mr. Nash sulking. You what? Is it not the case of that when Mr. Greydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. No, what? Mr. Nash Shulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Greydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waved me his arms around like that much more, it'll open a wound, up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gotta been healed up yet. He just proved our point. He got shot. He got shot. He basically just proved our point. So I was, well, you know, I was worried for him, man. Oh, hell bells. He was shot. Mr. Greydon. Have you heard? Did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. So I have some steak in the fridge, so I'm gonna try to do something with the ramen real quick. Yeah, go ahead. Steak and ramen is usually good. My lord. Yes, Mr. Greydon? I have no idea what these two wrenches are talking about. Apparently, I shouldn't be expecting to answer anything related to their mindless insinuations. You know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, the person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. And you're gripping your arm! You're gripping your arm! Perhaps you allowed the court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You basically just proved our point. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Currently, I am not obliged to permit any such invasions of my privacy. As I already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybake's pawnbrokery. My lord! The offense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Greydon's formal testimony. Very well, Constable. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Greydon. I'm gonna save. But technically he did. I never had anything to do with the pawnbroker established where the man was killed. Do we just present this?
Objection.
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Greydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? The disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Wendybake's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysterious appeared to try and take it from her. And that someone was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Greydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I'd never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In a skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Greydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you gonna refuse? Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well. It would seem I'm underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. Is that legal to ask for a thumb? Yeah, no, it's legal, I think. I could be wrong. I'm not a legal expert. Hi Zayn, how you doing? But it is legal to ask, I think, in terms of like if there's anything wrong with the person. How you doing? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. You're right, I'll ask my British lawyer friend. Order! Well, Mr. Greydon. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. Doing well, getting through the workday. Oof, good luck at work. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. No! Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? Would seem, Mr. Greydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Maybe I will. So I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Okay, buddy. Disc. There's a note on the disc saying from McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gruntling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to examine my situation and redeem my article. And of course, the disc was taken to by the police. In other words, I've had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London I'm not saying that. Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquainted of a distinguished, I can't talk, messy murder. Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Greydall. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Hola! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this was placed in pawn on the fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windy Banks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So it appeared that afternoon at Windy Banks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Also, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Okay, I want to, like, look at the evidence. Book, blood sample. This is for the coat, but this had his blood. Posato's notes. I think we're just gonna question him entirely. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbroker trade. You might think I overcooked the noodles. Oh god, no. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. And hi, Oceanic, how you doing? Okay, back to the game. I had to answer a phone call. Which is why I pawned my fine black coat to the broker in question. You claim that that was your overcoat. Obviously. And in my hassle, I clean forgot that the music disc was in its pocket. Yet, there was a note on it that reads for McGilden. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box discs. I first met Mr. McGilden at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover. And he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilden hear it. I'm doing good. I'm sick from Anime NYC, but it's not COVID. Oh god, take care of yourself. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilden had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means if we dig too deep here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Do we still have that ticket? Yeah. Oh no. NYC. Yeah. No, we don't. You're saying that Mr. Stray lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger and walking in the insalubrious areas hurt kind frequently. Mr. Stray did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbroker that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windybanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilden's disc. My learned friend is very veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I'll continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. Special emotes, you say? Oh god. Have you been to Windybanks before? Only once for the purpose of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. When you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. And by the police. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilden as evidence. What you got for me? Something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGildett's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. Man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? It's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about it. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all that about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. God damn it. Perhaps you've seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Well, a valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Dunn's exception, every article on the shelf was common or garden bric of brac. In that case, it clearly... They broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover that disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There's no more in the shop that night than I. As I kept saying, I simply had no reason to break in. There was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. I don't know if you have some evidence. Then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritating, assured expression of his crumble. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat and had it deposited at Windybanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it, the witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by Miss McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc in custody that day. But Gracie has been very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to express that he's lying in his testimony. Ah, there's nothing. I wonder. I'm safe scumming. Nope. God damn it. There has to be something I'm missing here. What is this? Nope. What can I do here? He went through everything. It has to do something. The question is, what is it? Hmm. Is it the other one?
Objection.
Okay, it is this one. I knew something with the ticket, but I don't know which one. God damn it. Oh, y'all. And thank you for head pads. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, y'all. How you doing, Frozen Paya? Because I'm like trying to like go through this Paya. Pat Paya. But how you doing, Frozen Paya? You knew that and when you went there with the intention of attaining yourself, Poyo.
Objection.
Projector again, Poyo. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon, Poyo. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night, Poyo. Sorry, my learned friend, Poyo. I'm having a good day so far. How about you? I'm chilling, Poyo. I'm chilling. I'm sorry, my learned friend, but that is not true, Poyo. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in the pawn at Windy Banks, Poyo. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves, Poyo. Yeah. Poyo. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in the Windy Banks pawnbrokery, Poyo. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, Pollo. Together with your two accomplices, the Sulkin brothers, Pollo. Pollo, the second ticket, is it, Pollo? What had the man deposited, Pollo? Paragraph description reads, one small box, Pollo. Rather vague description, it seems to me, Pollo. Are you suggesting I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box, Pollo? I believe there's an adequate ground to suspect you did, Pollo. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing, Pollo? Once the article has been forfeited, I can simply walk into the shop and purchase it, Pollo. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft, Pollo. That is a good point, Pollo. Indeed. Pollo. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, Pollo, his great-aunt fellow needed the small box that very night, does it, Pollo? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord, Pollo. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks, Pollo? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite unconvertible, Pollo. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winnie Bang's pawnbrokery, Pollo. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it, Pollo. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court if you please, Pollo. Yes, sir. What prints, Pollo? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras, Pollo. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. Pollo. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop's layout, Pollo. The victim's establishment was furnished with the automatic cameras in two locations, Pollo. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winnie Bank received his customers, Pollo. Like trying to address something. And the other was set to capture the shelves on which article were placed for sale once forfeited, Pollo. According to the information on the screen, get Pollo. The gilded small box had been forfeited already, Pollo. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April, to be precise, Pollo. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front, Pollo. Now, what I have here is the print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. Pollo. That at 11 p.m. on April 15th. The victim clearly had a very full shop, it would appear, Pollo. Then here we have another print. Pollo. This one was taken up about 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have two pictures to compare. So, I might say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Oh yeah. Hear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life by Your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. Well, We counted every single item in each of the 2 photographic prints, sir. Playa. Scotland Yards concluded that is the very exactly the same number are presented in both. Playa. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than hopeful fantasy. Playa. Gag! Can't believe it. If I could just show him. They stole Mr. McGillicud's pawned box. I might have been able to break him down at last, Polio. You know what, Hino? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographic prints are really exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems the fact that on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. You said the prosecution's assertion. I don't know. But, could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints? I think there is something. Okay, I'm just gonna purposely, like, check. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. Well, what? You must identify the location in question for the courtroom, counsel. Trying to, like, see. Bro, am I... Just this, right? Obviously, the discrepancy is here. Oh no, I'm so scared. Also, thank you for Bonk. Ito. He is here. I must thank my learned friend. Oh no. I'm just here to bonk you. Damn, that's crazy. His answer has clarified the situation greatly. There is indeed a discrepancy here between you. You are not bonking me repeatedly. You're literally just gonna make me close the game, or at least not having the game open and just bonking me. You do realize that, right? Poor Rue is dying. Oh no. Let me guess. And so angry. Josh, my power of reasoning came short. What? Clear not enough. I'm sure it's there. I'll take my leave. Bye. Don't give up, Bruno. You got this. Oh no. Hima, you're leaving already? No. I guess the blocks, I guess. But no. I found... I'd like to use my device, my lord. There's happily. Ooh, yes, you caught the bug at last. You can't resist, can you? Oh boy. Finger fun for the lurk. Okay, cross-eyed. Turn number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Reno. There you go, now look through the eyepiece. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between the two prints. Okay, finally. Guess I had to find the location in question. Alright, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? Oh, I'm blind. Viewed stereoscopically. The single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Let me wait. Believable. By Jove, you're right, how extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed... Okay, I took some medicine, so now I'm gonna pass out. Take care of you. Bye, Snake. Have a good one. Not stolen from Mr. Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked this particular box and then returned it in its place on the shelf. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes, the very small box I just identified in those photographic prints. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means, very simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that has changed? It changes everything! I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelf at Windy Mings as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be revealed relevant to this case. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Siegs. The bailiff arranged for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Come on. Yo, you want a long time no see? Yeah, totally! We should have a report within an hour. Half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence has been brought forth. Be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Siegs. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a nippity speciality, it would seem. What are you trying to say? Learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness intends with this intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth selling in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. Trial in which he was found not guilty. Trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society, his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my lone friend and his most insightful defense. The arrows this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept, even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. They're yapping. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. Is incompetent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that this or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, I think we have to expose Gina. What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. However, it may prove otherwise. We know Mr. McGild's true character, and we know that this is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Miss McGild's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, because based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean that Gina committed perjury. Genie. Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Oh, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that Mr. McGilded deposited with Windy Banks is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? We have to. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? Is to do with the various articles deposited at Windy Banks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Mr. Lestrade has information relating to that. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the article in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing and indeed your own. I have. But Residix, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objections. Nah, you have to give me... You're gonna have to help me, Gina. You're gonna have to help me. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Look, you know... Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Wendy Mink's pawnbrokery are intermediately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this very courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in this trial as well. That's right, my lord. I'm gonna put this giant bag of snacks up real quick. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. God, why you gotta say? The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events 2 months ago. Thank you for the hydrate. Ah, hey buddy, been a while. How are you? And I will drink. Okay, there we go. I have drinking the agua. How you doing, An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus along with London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Actually, he was the prime suspect for the murder. Doing okay, just working right now? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then dropping through the skylight in the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. And immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. The mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recalled neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. It's Lestrade. Could you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all I want, and I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from the inside of your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek the prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Jeannie, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Reno now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the whole courtroom down about his ears. So be it. Okay, I came by to drop my lurky. Have fun at court, lol. Bye, Nath. Have a good one. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGildett's pawn articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hilted to unaware. So, Mr. Strayed, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You reveal the truth, a commodity so sorely lacking in your original test statements. Is it then everything going to come out? Like Vancic said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ear, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Truth is, that brickmaker cub was in the cabinet of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off and called the schlops. That's when Mr. McGildet slipped the driver something to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I've seen nor heard. Oh, Gina. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord, and then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Miss McGildett's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. Great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe the whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was run to the court just like the pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the East. They're all in it together. You're wrong! The lot of you! Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. Oh boy. I don't think so. Are we really expecting to believe that? Oh god. Here we are. He snitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get that man off scot-free. Unforgivable. The lies have to stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's impressive that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Let me... Naruto. No counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Their backs are already turned. I'm going to save. I should have saved at the one point. I don't know if we're at like the end, but we are fucking zooming. You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember right, in the storage compartment under one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. Pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the courtroom, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector Mr. Graydon! What? You're trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? This fella? Well, the other one, Sunshine. You think you got anything to talk about with the shady gents like this? I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Eugenia. It's as if they've been negotiating. You kindly refrain from talking amongst yourself while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those two even talking about? Mrs. Strayed, continue with your testimony, please. Oh, Gina. Okay. I guess we'll do the entire statement. Not at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me that I had to say. It's important that you tell us the truth now. For Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances. I don't know. I did hear him talk a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was something about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business deals are of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. They sounded like a proper fight. Pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I hear a noise like someone kneeling over the floor. It was blooming loud, too. I believe you let out an involuntarily scream? Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it.
Was it this? You saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the coven lying on the floor. Did this belong to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGill had picked it up pretty smartishly. And then he sat the cub with the knife in his belly on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one, but the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what me name was, where I lived at. He asked me about being a diver too. After a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that was right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. I think all of this we kind of know of. I think we're fine just passing this, but I will read.
Hold it.
There were two gentlemen occupying the seat. Yeah, all of these we technically know of. That's right. They may have looked down on the skylight and noticed that the cub had a knife to his glove. Cut, and they screamed. The driver pulled up the horses, and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight. Where? Back under the seat where he started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cows from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. As they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left Miss McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there, because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door and open and the voice from outside. Driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. Oh, Beepo. The fellow who went by the name Beepo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
Yeah, a lot of this is just going back to the information she told us in terms of the truth of the omnibus. That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion of the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was at the stand. Indeed, Lord Venziques. The gilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up and careful like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windybanks was suggested. Wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGill had flashed some brass in his face. He went off running at a lick. The bog trotter called to me and told me to come out of the drag's cabin. I knew how exactly. Told me I'd only be able to escape her if I did exactly what he wanted. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was only one other thing he said. He told me I have to hang on to a ticket to escape from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. Ticket? Well, I never. Said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawnbroker and pay the money to keep it in lungs to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat and with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense. What appears seems to only be the logical explanation. What McGilded had the driver deposit at the Windy Banks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Hello! Thank you, Mr. Stray. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have the reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It appeared on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was placed on the omnibus. The negotiation considering this, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved beginning to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point, that this is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right there after his trial, I knew that. So I decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why should I have gotten them? Shouldn't I have gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking like that. Thinking ain't no crime. This is straight. It would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got the clue. but I reckon it must be worth the fair brass he probably was gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court inspection, sir. Oh boy. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Nope, we are not at the end yet. Okay, we are... I don't even know how close we are. I think it's like 5 parts. This is gonna be fun. Oh, Lord. So this is the article in question, is it? Small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winniebank's murder, the only item on the shelf that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside. Probably gone. Goodness gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case, it appeared that the box housed a miniature moving box movement. Can we put the music box in it? And is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is the device for a playback of this disc, my lord. So we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc deposited at Winniebank's and at much the same time. Strictly correct, my lord. It was not Mr. McGilda's disc. It was the disc of the victim of the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake, are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilda? Oh boy. The drama theme with the tea. I believe the answer will come clear if we listen to the music on this disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court hear now to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the summer atmosphere in the court with some silly old Billy music. The disc may very well have motivation the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what's happening. Prosecution has no objections. But no, that piece of evidence is police property, and we do not care. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Play it! No further delays, please. Play the disc. What on earth? Certainly is not what I call music. No. Just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Morse code? Greydon. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? No, it can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer went to fetch it, then it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. I still think it's Morse code. Are you ready to move on? Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could the music box be insinuating of the music possible new clue? I'm gonna assume it's Morse code. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can be any means whatsoever. Because there is communication thing as a thing, right? It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Gregson stands there sparkling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Mr. Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And if that makes him appear extremely on edge... In the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? Just what relevancy do you propose this woeful timing has on this case? The defense belief that the sounds insinuated from the box is... I swear, if it's Morse code, I'm throwing hands! Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that, the smile vanished from Greydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you're saying. You're acting just like Hurley, Reno. Sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. You enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken, refusing to accept that the fact is pure foolishness. You got me? I don't know what the answer is yet. Alright, let me do, like, one thing. Bruno. I just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it was made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright. Well, if the music box is not broken... must be the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much similar, much like this one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not actually music at all, then what the devil is it? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it all points to a single answer now. Prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now, tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, going to join all the dots together. Given explains the true nature of the sound of the disc is newspaper, right? That's the only thing that talks about, like, Morse code, anything. Right? Right? Please do not hurt me. Today's paper, Council. Headline is Pawnbroker perishes in thick purse plunder. Parley's support of your free cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Minister Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level I understand. I have heard that international transmission along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. Presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Oh, me, sir. Whatever's the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Grigon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station you work, where you work, deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears no more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you're tapping it. I believe it's called Morse code? But I don't believe it. Bruh, why? Why are we squared into this? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communication officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc, "Hi Solus, how you doing?" contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? That's right, that's what we're saying, bitch. Order, please everyone order! But this is highly treason, council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is this capital punishment? This sort of words I half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was placed inside the omnibus. But in the end, Miss McGilder perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if that disc was to be discovered before it was found its way out of the country, it would reveal an high act of treason punishable by death. I can't talk. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to have a great entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by McGilded would incriminate him too much if it gotten into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer have been paddling away.
Objection.
Oh no, he's gonna disagree with us. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Oh, is he agreeing with us? Oh my god, the prosecution demands the witnesses testifies. The response to the accusation brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Whittybeck. That being a flagitious offense, for which the law of this land synchronizes a capital punishment. The heinous act of the high treason is no serious of a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Ooh, shit. So then, let us proceed. You may... Oh, no. Why you fucked here? You gotta let us have a rabbit. No! We have got things to say. No, no, I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? That is professional baddie. No, we bingo. Yeah, we know who the fuck you are. Three Sulcan brothers. Why is Gregson getting involved? Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Just get to the point. But Solus, how you doing? Gregson's counter. A mere communications officer could not possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by the music box aren't even most code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Miss Gilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to that man. Look, all we done is broke into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do. If we'd known what there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Not these fucks! Not these fucks! Yeah, okay. They just admitted that he was there, Mr. Sulkins. 1 minister will do, Governor, what's up? Do I take it that you're now admitting to the crime, that on the night in question you did gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? Yeah, he basically just said that. We done it, Gov, we done it. Quiet down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You said nothing about no government secret. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old Block didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I do deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Yay, just want to... Yeah, before we get into you, buddy, I want to look at this. Is there, like, anything else? Nope. This. Oh. What is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opened up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here it goes. Look at that! There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play its backside? Yes, I think so. It looks like 2 movements are linked to each other. They're linked. So, if you had 2 discs, they probably both play back at the same time. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, buddy! Back to you! So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. Hold it! How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by higher level officers by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something. Let me guess! Error number 5. We regular communications staff officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. Ah, get fuck. That's fascinating. Yeah, fuck. Graydon is highly skilled operator, currently in premises of Idle. Oh god. So you have access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages were sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, must say something. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he received the top prize at the Decipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row. Damn, that's crazy. Fascinating. Yeah, fucked. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Currently, no, I'm not reading that again. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I'll tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Okay, Betty. She just proved our point. They're not. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Beep, 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 beep. That's basic. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basis for you, sir. A lesson here in the courtroom. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinguished tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those two in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, the say. Is that the Yuma? Cutie bells immediately for the Yuma. Thank you, Suta. How you doing? But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so familiar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. I agree, just got a wonderful new TV. Nice! There's no discernible meaning to this apparent random sequence of sounds. As your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting a cert, as processions in future. Totally cannot read. Stop, nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked by using the music box, aspertations, I can't talk. So many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there be something I haven't considered yet? Could it really be impossible to use this music box as some way to play Morse code? Give it a try? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That is the belief of the defense in it, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nibonese friends, to repeat the same line of argument ad fidelity? I love how 3 words tags are variations of scoff. I am very much scoff. It has really been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones must be required. Dots and dashes. And I saw that. Thank you for Head Patsuta! Because I realized I should probably make myself a tiny bit smaller. So. Okay, there you go. Fixed. Okay, we're good. We're good. I will forever be scuffed. Small Yuma. Well, not really small, but it is shorter Yuma. Is smaller Yuma. Okay, back to gaming. Not just Scuff, the Queen of Scuff. Okay, buddy. Yes, I'm aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defendant has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your ideas at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code? We don't have a second disc. We don't have a second disc. We don't have a second disc. What do you want us to do? We don't have anything. Nope. You know, say blah 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 blah. Hey. No.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? That's right, I'll fucking pull that shit out, bitch! It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in the music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Okay, I guess I was right. We don't have a second music fucking thing, but sure, why not? I guess. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot, and a long dash. With the second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Get fucked. This is beyond a joke. No, I'm sorry. This poor excuse of a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claim. The fuck? So, of course, if my learned friend were able to present to court the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, we can't because there isn't. I don't know. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Thank you, Solus, for the lurk. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. See what you're gonna bring up? Okay. So there, hoes. Must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Thank you! Well, the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength right now. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Greydon. If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Shut the fuck up. Negotiating. That's fine, because we can't prove it. I guess let's question these two! Like Mr. Greydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the Rodder had a dodgy job for us. Ash. Let me stop you right there, Miss Silken. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Greydon is an acquaintance of yours? We are really sociable kind of baddies, you know. I'm sure, let's say, Greydon's old China. What do you have to say? Why are you happy? That sounds like I'm saying he does not deserve to be happy. That's kind of weird, but sure. Something wrong. Eh? No, the other Mr. Selkin. What, who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seems to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Greydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle of a flute. And you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. Judge, I swear to Wendy's menu, I didn't bring a gun to a sword. Hi, Senna. How you doing? But when we were younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Oh shit. Is that so? But he was always a learny? Theory? One, he had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas with what would never have gone through our heads. God blame me, ain't that the truth? Remembers Mulventon and Sulkin as Milk Run. That was a coker. Corker? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi! Geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? I'm gonna say yes. I think that might be important to save. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information related to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add... Ain't no more. A suckin', never suckin'. Molton? Oh, that's funny! That is so fucking funny! It is including... You know what? We'll keep going, we'll keep going. We're cooking. I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Deliver fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? What's his name? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say, and it was just yourselves and Mr. Greydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Wait, I just blinked something. Wait. Were Greydon and Mason brothers? Oh shit. Milton, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Meriton part come from? Alright, I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That is... Enough of this! How much longer are we expecting to listen to this dribble? No, shut up! Shut up! You are just proving my point that you both were brothers. You are proving my point that they were brothers. Let me guess, you didn't accept any of these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only mentioned that the name Milverton Milverton that you decided to interject because, well, it weren't the happiest of times. Oh yes, the objection game. Ha, yeah, that one came from. His old man was struggling for money very much. His wife talked him out of it. Took the name Greydon then, see? Yeah, but Ash will always be a Milverton to us. Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is a fucking... Fuck 'em. I've been a Greydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, eh? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have to go. Especially Greydon is my lover. Don't you dare accuse him. Hi, Ali. Sorry, we have to, because basically he just proved our point. But hi, welcome to stream. How are ya? Your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very similar matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Greydon. Oh. Wow, he just proved my point! They were brothers. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Well, it appears that Mr. I'm not saying this twice, this is so stupid. Mr. Sulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So, Ashley Greydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. It kind of just proves my point, because now it just mentions that both Mason, the fucking guy who's dead from like 3 episodes ago, I don't remember, and this guy are related. Slowly just proves my point. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in serious matters of national security. Though all this talking about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Jeannie overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Greydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. What do you mean? I'm the only family Ashley has. I killed off the rest of them. He's only mine. That's crazy. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Greydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. No! Runosuke! Please! Shut up! Shut the fuck up! I wonder if there's a key making headway with the cross-examination here. Could it be those two brothers? Nope, I know exactly where this is going. And, yeah, you know, I'm saying it's going. I do not care. I do not care. I will fight for this. Yeah, about that, buddy, you just proved my point. You proved my point. Please just stop lying. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why didn't you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name in 4 years. It means nothing to me. No, you're related. You're related. You're related. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Go on, fight me, fight me! Explain yourself, counsel! I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded, yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. I'm probably saying that name wrong. Do I care? No. Milverton. Do you mean to say that they were brothers? Say it's alive. Yes, they're brothers. Actually, Milverton is not the... Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Oh, I thought they were brothers. You know what? That's kind of pulling more point. Look, I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family's history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil services. It really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Yep. I mean, I was wrong generation-wise, but still kind of proves my point. They're related. New facts and evidence revealed by the cross-examination of this witness all comes together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That your collaboration with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded by dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yeah. Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it onto McGilded. Mr. Greydon concocted this elaborate scheme by using 2 music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credency whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned the situation, you appeared at Windy Banks 2 days ago, and in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in the pawn there. I would assume they were brothers. I went to brother, not father territory, but you know what, this works. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So, that same night, you enlisted the help of the Sullivan brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. That never existed. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside that music box? We never knew nothing about it. On night Mr. Windybank was killed. So he has the second one. No wonder we couldn't find it. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched 1 item and 1 item alone. The music box. As rather indigenous, demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs the answering is this. Why was only the 1 article distributed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Alright, buddy. Come on, we're cooking. Well, Mr. Greydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Go on. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Okay, sure, buddy. Sure. I call the incident bullshit. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh, that's crazy! Hi, Varric, how you doing? What? Can we just, like, shoot it? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery. How you doing, Merrick? 1 took the life of the pawnbroker herself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Shlom's waist. Me is good, how are you? I'm vibing. While also cooking a man down to pieces. And the final bullet being towards the wall. Struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. What? Yeah, we're beating character down today. Mr. Greydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? You got you now, Mio-chan. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. The fact that this is not over yet is telling me that this is gonna be forever long. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common-back slum thieves. Nani? Nanikore? Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winniebanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you notice, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. He admits it! Fucking finally! But that is all. I admitted to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? Stop dancing, bro. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. We are really pulling this bitch's ass! He's not going down with the fight, not until I show him hard evidence, I suppose. By the way, did I mention how beautiful your model is? I mean, it looks gorgeous. Don't worry, I'm kind of getting a new one. This is temporary. This is model until I either, 1, get a PC, or 2, I, recognize where I could use with this use a different model. But I do have one in the making, so yeah. But all credits in the About Me panels, and specifically credit. Yep, I already read this, blah blah blah. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Is that this bitch was he. Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have as evidence. The bullet from the Sulkin brothers hit the pouch around Mr. Schultz's waist, and the bullet from Mr. Winniebank's gun. Clearly, must have been the one that caught Mr. Grayson on the arm. Oh, that's funny. And indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. But why is it 3? No, wait, why? Where's the other gun is the better question. Where's the other gun? That gun is MIA. And that leads us to one conclusion. Mr. Winniebank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. There's a him, there's a Shlums. He probably has the gun and shot Mr. Winniebank in general. Probably. Well, yeah. You are gonna hear a lot of pain voice acting from me. That's right, Spencer Greydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winniebank that night is you. Fight me, bitch! Okay, buddy, okay. Okay, buddy, okay, sure. Sure! I will fight you on this! I will actually fight you! Technically, there's like 5 bloody parts! You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. Ah, boy, what the fuck? What is that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. No, you failed. Realistically, you failed. I had no intention of running the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider a possibility? What? What do you mean? What you thought? What possibility is your tiny brain trying to cook? The possibility that if I was there at the scene of crime, I may have witnessed the crucial moment? You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Excuse? No, I believe Dina. I believe in my girl. Are you suggesting? I saw it all. No, you did not. Shut the fuck up. I saw the moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You, what? No. I am believing the fact. I am believing the Gina. Well, let's see, we are finally entering the last act of this theoretical trial. Mr. Greydon. Please, I'm like begging for this case to be over. I'm gonna be real. I'm actually begging for this case to be over. Oh my god! Yes. Yeesh. We should be at the end, right? Right! I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Ooh, shit. Hell yeah. Okay, I understand fully. Okay. We have to cook. We have to cook. And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. You will cook, I believe. We have to! We have to cook! Nothing would give me greater pleasure. We have to cook. We will have to flambe his ass to make him a delicious steak. And I mean him. I don't know what I came into, Lola. I saw... we're beating this man down. The moment of the shooting. Oh, these rough... Well, hello, how you doing? Hope you're doing wonderful. I'm vibing. I bought snacks earlier today, so I'm good. While these ruffians were jolting with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. Yeah, that's kind of proven. When Windybag threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. What? Even that doesn't make sense. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat. What up? What? The black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee the scene. Okay, I had to read that. I was like, man, what? Did she... I saw the blood splatter all over the rich girl. She did not have blood! Where? She's in the coat, yes, but that's not even the right blood. Because you can't see the blood on her. I don't think we have that anywhere. Yeah, because you can't see the blood on her, or we don't have it as evidence, but the blood on her is not even hit, or not even the fucking Windy Bank guy. It's from the previous murder 2 months ago. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and then made my escape. What is this? What is this bullshit? Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. This is so stupid! There's so many inconsistencies! You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. She didn't even pull the trigger! Based off her shit, she held the gun and then basically forcefully gave it back to Windy Bag. So technically she didn't do anything. So what the fuck happened? It wasn't my intention to testify this way, but neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. You technically did commit this month, so you see my hands has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Bitch! It's not Windy Banks! It ain't even Windy Banks! The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. I'm losing my mind. Yes, well, sorry about that. Somebody shot me in the arm. The pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. How? She's in the storeroom! And as I said, she was showered in his blood. It's the blood. You say the blood splattered on over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Because it's not even Windy Banks. It's not even the dudes. It's literally like 2 murders ago. Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black coat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? Bitch, if her coat could somehow be shown to harbor bitches of blood, that could be cooked as evidence here. It's not even Windy Banks, bitch. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. German? So here's to true science. Not only some amateur's detective dubious foyer into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. What the fuck? In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent. Used with your lordship's permission. Goodbye, wine drink. We could shatter all vestige of doubt within minutes. Doesn't sound good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Jeannie's coat? If they're tested with their chemicals. Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. But it's not her! It's not his! The move, Jeannie! I'm gonna shoot! But... she didn't know. And it's not even his! It's literally not even her blood! It's not even his blood, but that's not Windy Pig's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Bass's blood from when he was stabbed by Gilded, who was wearing the coat the whole time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposing by the prosecution. I'm, of course, getting tired. Overruled, of course. Lord Medziegs make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. Oh god. Oh. To read the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. You know what? This is fine! This is fine! This is fine! This is fine! Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, lord, my lord! Your cross-examination. Yeah, we got it! We got it! We got it! Of course, my lord! This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a bad feeling about this outcome of this trial. Ah! Yippee! The moment of the shooting. We are literally just gonna press everything. All of these are so inconsistent as fuck! Mr. Whittybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scoring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had a revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in my life. Yeah, we're just regular, mild-mannered burglars, after all. We don't like violence. Why do I doubt that? Says the pair who carries a gun. What do you mean? What the fuck? Bro, those are good. Hi, Kermit! I need to change that later.
Those are goons.
Hello, Kermit. Thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months. Wow, that's shocking. They're definitely a bigger leader there. They just look straight up like goons. We're uncovering the mastermind. The mastermind that looks like Blanquito. What do you mean to say that you were nearly at the entrance of the shop? This bitch. Oh yeah, how you doing, Kermit? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves on forfeited items. Which makes no sense, but okay, pop off, I guess. Okay, Looking for the music box, of course. Doing good, how you doing? I'm vibing. I bought snacks today, so I will be snacking on stuff, probably. Kroger went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv out, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scaper. Pair of you settling upon the old defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Alright, Gov. When they bang through, we're just gonna fucking press on all of these because nothing is shocking. Because all of this is just mediocre. You mean at the moment you were shot? I run. Hope you have a good stream. Bye, Kermit. Have a good one. Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what was happening, of course. Things crashed on the floor and the counter as the three men were brawling. It's exactly the moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. That's bullshit. The bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. That would appear. As I looked at my arm, I saw I was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I could explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no clue but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would be still bleeding 2 days later. But bitch. Did Mr. Winnebank intend to shoot you, do you think? Yes! Well, now, I don't imagine he never noticed I was there, to be honest. Bitch, I doubt. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. Then the escaper threw the door out back. At which point, what did you do? He learned anything! Blah, 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 blah. You mean you chased after him? I do not recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about that peephole door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door, a solid job made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening in an about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Naturally, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about your burglaring brothers? Did you see what went through this peephole as well? Not like that, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort. Gov. Not these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Suckling brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winnebank taking place. In the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. Defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. Bullshit. The girl raised her gun, pushed at the man, and then what did you see next? Probably just shot. Hughes in the black coat, yep. Ah! Wait. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant found the gun in her hand. That was Mr. Winnebank's gun, from which only a single bullet was to be fired. And we already established, Mr. Graydon, that the bullet was fired to you. But no, it wasn't the pawnbroker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Mr. Winnebank grazed my arm, and yes, the Sullivan's gun grounded the detective, but this was another gun entirely, a third gun. Anyone? Nope, okay. Broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her all at the time. No, she does not! But no gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. Bitch, your order is wrong! The fuck? At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden the broker turned to run. Bullshit. And at that moment, the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Not the fucking image, I must say. But not true. Not true. Not true. through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the station was visible now, with what the coat being such a dark color. Can I assure you that garment is sold with the victim's blood? I will tell you wrong. It is sold with blood, that's for sure, but the wrong person's blood. But it's not Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Miss Mason's Milchow's blood from when Mr. McGill had stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If only they accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Father. Your people, blah blah blah. Blah blah! Blah blah! Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. Right. Codebroker. We started walking out. No one's saying anything. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole on the ground on my side of my door. Why? Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon, without thinking I went to pick it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. What is this bitch's logic? This bitch's logic is MA! So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the crime scene. Yes, it's yours truly. No one's pulling anything. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear-ups? He made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy it up. I think he's our blubbing mums. Well, I pay you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance with the second disc in your jacket pockets?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? God damn! You know what? Can I just admire this? Can I just admire this because I really wanted to do this for so long? Okay, fine. I'll pursue this bitch. Gentlemen! Jesus! And it's about to mess up. Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line! You do realize you were vilely shaking Mr. Sulkin. Believe me, this D was a bit of a oolag, really. What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me. Excellent. Why the blazes he said that? Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. Or that blaming people in that door. I'm sorry about that. I can prone to lose my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are ya? Or believe me. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you. This D giving me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Grexy at all. He's normally all sweet. Sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination, bitch. This better be worth it. Explain yourself, officer. I have the result of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. On the accuser's overcoat. Guess what? It's not the correct one. Right. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, counsel. That's, no, my lord. Well, there you have it. Report, please. Collector, please. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina illustrated. But from the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of a splattering following a gunshot wound. No! End of report. That is so stupid. What did this mean? It's not even his blood! See? What did I tell you? It's not his blood, it's not his blood, it's not his blood. No! The blood on the overcoat is not Mr. Winniebanks. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winniebanks, Miss McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Miltov. The blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue virulently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Yeah, because we finally know the fucking truth, dumbass. Your conduct shatters any shed of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... fuck, really? Disgrace? How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Not even Cisco can still that problem come up. Can't be done. What? Usage shows chemicals. Mr. Jones is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such fate on a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I am a communication officer? I held up Perovsky to Starving Boy and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely anyone but any more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. We did say that. Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that in my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness states, the accused's overcoat was splattered with blood of the victim. The one way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known the fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in the case. That is the whole truth. Ugh. My lord! Did a long battle this one, but no! Please. Please, that's the most serious got his final decision. No!
Guilty.
Please, no! We just...
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh god. Someone give me a sign. No, there's no way this ends like this. We did everything we could. Please, please, please. Please, 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 please. Fucking please to God. Well, it appears the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict. Oh god, no. Stop freaking your dumb line. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Yeah. Here, to any attempts you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? Oh god, please, give me a sign. It's not game over yet. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. God, please. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Darhado? How the fuck do you know? Officer, you delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some irregularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but none other than the human mind. Oh, is this Sholmes? I know that voice. Sholmes? Am I going mad? that's crazy! Mr. Shlomes! What is the meaning of this? No. Just take the mustache off. Order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. Just take the mustache off. I agree with this man. Chat. I agree with this man's face. What the fuck? As well as I would be, have I not been sent upon an errand? What errand? Really? It's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Alice. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. What matter, sir? Please take the hat off. We can barely see you. I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What do you say to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time! As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Not the fries! Very well, then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. What are you trying— Oh, you finally changed. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Schultz, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Okay, sorry. Please don't start this. I only managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Well, so, let's make this discussion as short as possible. Apparently, this place is full of idiots! None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is! I agree. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right! Modesty? Surely not. Thank you, Rusty, for the lurk, by the way. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender Frosky wrapping? A leaving present from Mrs. Sato. Miss Sato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Sasato-san, whatever could it be? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! Ah. Oh, you cat! Hello! Hey, guy! Look! I use this! My latest invention! What is that? I call it the Catflap map. I can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Wacky in seconds. Why is she giving us this? What's Susie up to? Mrs. Sato must muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. No! What? Did she say something like that? To me? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Oh, Sato. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I have been a complete failure. No! I forgot. Oh, Sato-san! Whatever she meant by that, Mr. Shlomes. Oh, why, Sato? Why do you have to say that? That night, when you left Winniebanks in pursuing of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow. That people was never there? Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used the cat map, auto map that night, but why? Try to open the door, right? Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. Shit. No, don't tell me Susato used it. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, dear Mr. Reaper. Need no thanks, detective. After all, I'm gonna be real. Why are Vanzis and Shlobs to me gay for each other? The die is cast. I'm so sorry. Just this case alone makes me think they would be a good ship, but that could just be me. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summonation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense request. Time to think. I don't even think time to think would help. I guess just an examination. Because I think that... Because that people was apparently never there if Susato used it for their cross-examination. Shut up! The jurors have spoken. Protocol dedicate that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. It's not new! It's the same statement! The defense is not asking for a cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with the one of the existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, dear Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Shlob saved us! Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. So that means we can still do it. Presuming you have no objections, counsel. No, my lord. Just a no. So nobody can say anything then. If we're not asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Greydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present in this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit any unrelenting protractions of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you may choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Single chance to present evidence. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to education. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further, my lord. Yes, my lord. Oh god. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. It's high time I fell in a dead faint. Oh god. I leave this in your capable hand. What the fuck was that? Mr. Schlobes! That was crazy. What the fuck is that? A feint? A feint is more something else. understand. So, it is currently before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, don't you? They're like fucking enemies into lovers, bro. Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? I think it's the people. I think... Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Sasato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of this trial. Very well done. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Okay. There's multiple things where it said people. I think I could just use that. Oh, the music changed! Okay, I'm scared. I'm actually scared. I'm saving. I'm scared. I'm so scared, chat. It should just be this, right? Or like anything related to people? What? I'm going for it. I'm going for it. What on earth is that? Eccentric contraption council. Ooh, it's my cat flapomat. My lord, it makes a way for a cat to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come in and go as they please without their own... I'm sure we could all work that out for ourselves. Okay, buddy. Back! But that lover's contrivance has no possible relevancy to this case. Wrong! Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there's no cat flap on the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in particularly no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, he arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winniemake had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was your Japanese assistant and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. It's ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Not that buddy! Yes, how could you? What? Also, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Fuck! Get fucked! Get fucked! This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was pre-made? Was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using the device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her situation. This is a serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Sulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it comes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is bullshit, is riddled with holes. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. Majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based on what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, There's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Let's go, beach. Order. Is this any credibility in this revelation? Yes. None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you would say that. What? Waggy, cookie, time for dinner. Oh my god, I hate my brew. No, the cat is here. Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One that does not make a cat clap in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Winniebanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you could prove that it was. Actually, no, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size, and the mention of the people at Winniebanks are an exact match. Ugh. Go on, bitch, go on. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now is my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. But you may have difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? Prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? Very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove that when the people was made, my learned friend claims amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Okay, buddy, I will prove you bitch ass wrong. Indeed, that is so, Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, is it not obvious? Where's the picture? Where are people? People missing. People gone. People gone. What the fuck you mean? Well, counsel, don't give up now, Runo. This is time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I could do this, but I know one thing. Sasato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Okay, we cook. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Winniebank's storeroom was created after the events and not before. Just this. It's just this! What are you? Yep! A prince from the detective's infernal camera again. Yep! Specifically the door! My judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato Ikitoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause of doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And that necessary proof is that this photographic print, counsel? Yes! Which I will prove you wrong. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. Where's the people? Where are people at? People where? I don't believe it. This is really quite remarkable. The door in the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description. Yeah, fuck! Mr. Graydon! You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies! Get fucked! Yeah, hell yeah, yeah. Order! I am satisfied that the defense has stated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely falsacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, bitch, good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeek's defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. Yeah, we got that, buddy, we got that. It's fine. It's fine. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, it is. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. Oh, this man is disheveled. In the arm, it's true. That's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances here, I am the victim here. Oh, please! Oh god, you're kidding me? I don't believe this. But they're right as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris. You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Shirley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might be a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first. You're right. Oh god, Mr. Graydon! Not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you've told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection.
Shut up! We proved our point! This is a provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency? Iris was right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency is revealed by the lies of the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon has knowledge of something he should not have known about, namely, gunshot, the people, the bloodstains. Shit. Okay, wait. The third gun he kind of mentioned already. Shit. It could be so many. I was gonna say just the people itself, because the third gun he mentioned, the bloodstain is also one. Both of these are the same. I'm gonna say the people. Okay, we're fine. I thought for a second we were gonna lose. The point is that you lied in your testimony to Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you conceal that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it that Mr. Graydon, that you knew all of the existence of the people in the storeroom? What? Well, obviously Nope. Shut up. Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. This place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I give them order to have officers working around the clock and shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So, in fact, that it exists forms the basis of your testimony is completely inseparable. Nope, we're right. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. And yet the facts remain that Mr. Graydon did manage, that he witnessed the crime through the people on the door. How on earth could that be possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Fensix? Speak, Inspector. Just that I really ought to be back at the station now to put in my report. Really nothing to do more I could do with your testimony, so if it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Thank you! Oh, God. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Hell yeah! He told him, didn't he? With firms of money. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Come on! Shut up! Shut up! We're cooking! We are cooking this man to the ground! He will burn! Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yeah, I know. Yes. The defense believes that the details of the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that he. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? You! Because you were not talking about this bitch! The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me? Yes! You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim to my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashton Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations of this testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was on the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was whilst this trial was in progress that he received the information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Yeah. Yep. Exactly. And the only person with that knowledge of investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is bloomin' outrage. Why would I give away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any chance. Have you forgotten that? Quite true, and a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the brokery. Which means... first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been full view from the stand, where such insolent discussions couldn't have possibly occurred. No, Gina's thing. Ooh, I just remember something right now. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jeannie was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff has dispatched to receive McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. It's agreed on, and the inspector seems to be having some sort of kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag. You're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps... it was a part of a deal of some kind? Then it starts to make more sense. Noble, you must smart. Deal, Council. We will cook, we will flambe his ass, we will serve him on a plate. I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Yeah, go on. We will beef Wellington his ass. Oh, hell yeah. We will fucking roll him up, put him in the fucking oven, fry him, and serve him. I'm sure I need not to remind the inspector that if found guilty to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of I'm not saying this. Malfantasy? Well, no, I have an idea. Come on. Come on. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese's student specialty. I don't do that. I'm also stretching. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incompetent on the defenses now to present evidence in support of this debacle claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. I totally did not read that correctly, but you know what, sure. Then logically, there is only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. You know, do you think it could be... Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector is... Get this move on! Inspector Gregson! Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Minister of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? He discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Whitney Banks by Magnus McGilded, the special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in Miss McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. My dumbass is smirking. So, I put it to you, Inspector. That's in order to recover the second of the discs contain those secrets. You covertly made a deal with Mr. Greg Don in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Shame! 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 Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Bakes, you said this. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of Miss Gilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine! I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has been taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right, that Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. Do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presumed. Because you knew that it contains highly confidential information. I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection.
If, and I stressed, if the sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Apparently, he wouldn't have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. Hi, Cosmic, how you doing? No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? The defense demands... I'm doing well, how are you doing? I'm good. I think we're about to finish this. I say about, but I don't know. The defense demands the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Jeannie was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order examination of his personal effect immediately. Well, Inspector. Thank you for headpats. Go on. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it's put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts of my involvement, I'll happily submit a body search. At least he's willing to. But he's going to agree upon it. I presume you are aware of the persistence on which you are now teetered, my learned friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search, the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfitted for court services, this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand that you are civilly reprimanded. Sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. Shit. Is not something Her Majesty's government will be overlooked. You're just starting Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. He doesn't have it. It's true. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so crucial. The disc must be physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Oh god. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. You still purposely request a search of the inspector's personal effects. I think we searched someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. Your typical Nipponese hot water. Perhaps a lesson. Oh wait, did I pick the wrong one? Fair enough. Nothing to hide. Oh fuck! Did I accidentally pick the wrong one? No!
Objection.
Oh wait, okay, I was about to say, I'm like, did I pick the wrong one? The defense demands a search, but not of the Inspector Gregson. What? Now what is it? What's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? Because they were talking and then he was shaking Kim. So I think that makes sense. I'm the one you're accusing, and I thought you wanted a shirt for me. No, no, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. No, I'm slightly... Be quiet, all of you. I was right to assume it was Iris. Bruno's doing what you all told him to, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Not the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and earlier waits for his next words. You what? No, now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I have seen in this court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it could be. Counsel, of whom do you request a search of? You! Because you were shaking. You were shooken. You! Of my lord, Mr. Nash Sulkin. Well, I never. Lemmy, me, him. Very well done, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Shut up. Please, my lord. Now, shut up, Inspector. Scotland Yard, has to object to the search.
Objection.
Shut up. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Hell yeah. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense has the authority to object. Okay, let me turn on the lights real quick. I will be right back. I'll be quick. I just need to turn on the lights. Okay, I'm back. I just need to put in my earbuds. Okay, we got this, chat. We got this. We did not have to. No authority to object. What about Lord Bedzeeks? I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. Personally, I have no intentions of obstructing the course of this trial. Oof. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Just cut it out. Hi, bitch. Hi, bitch. Hey! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. And thus he has lost his dignity there. Nice note, and yes, apparently he did. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing! Yeah, go on, buddy. Go on. Go on, you three. Come on. And yes, at some point he just lost his dignity. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGillen. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Come on, we're almost there. Come on, just snap! Order, order, order! Mrs. Salkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Benedict. I mean, just Gordon Fleming Benedict. I said Benedict. I swear I don't know nothing about the disc, honest to God. What is Gregson eating? Fish and chips. Counsel, would you please explain what is going on in here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective. No? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Any reason? Wait, what kind of yummy? I mean, it's fried fish and then fries, so. Inspector Gregson is a skewed, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point of this trial, he exhibits some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. Him shaking the fuck out of someone. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Yes, Dean Graydon! Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I meant nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Sulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it. Didn't know. I mean, noggin was gonna fall clean off. I was wishing I would been born with me bruv, I was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned to grab me whilst whistling like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't y'all mention the third gun when y'all got to the station? That's what he said. Y'all did down my ear hole, he did. Me head still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then he did it. That was the opportunity Miss Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wig, he hid it. You. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is the court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at the liberty to do that at all. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secret leaked from the ministry and do it on the QTs secretly. Hush hush. Get fucked. Hush hush. A top secret assignment it is it? As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in the court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took a step to hide this you have acquired from the witness. Does that mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Sulkin in order to get close enough to him and slip the second disc in his pocket? So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusations made against you of this alleged deal? Go on, buddy, go on. He's calm, which is not a good sign. Admit to it, yours truly, please. Buddy. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection.
Oh, shut up. But then... Please explain the reason why you knew about the people. I'm under no obligation to explain. What? You disapprove yourself. Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Okay, buddy, just admit. Snap already. Murder? Leaking government information? Striking a deal with the detective? All of this is young Eastern man's fantasy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You what? You're still here. You're still pretending. You're still yapping. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? You admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it is the name of justice. Not this bullshit. Are you capping? So as members of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you are making your decisions. He's capping! He is lying! Quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuous. I'm not reading that. In the concluding of this trial, nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter of a jury for their final leanings. Well now, as fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. No! Yes, he is a dependable man, I'm quite sure, in service. One becomes a good judge of a character. Oh god. And crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred for me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Currently in the presence of Isle. No, my god. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson? If they declare the decision now, isn't he going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Gregson killed Mr. Windybank or stole from government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well done, counsel. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decision, no? Please. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. You let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leaning. Shino will be found guilty. Well, there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present the evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? You know what? I think it's Gregson, and the only thing we have is that second disc. Dr. Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What is that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you will leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence. Thoroughly. Well, go on. My last chance. It looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One piece of evidence that leads him to strike a deal. Okay, we don't have the other one. We are probably gonna just do this. This has to be it, right?
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, Council? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time. With the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Council? No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why. Not true, Inspector. Defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were a part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinguished tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. We're crying out loud, Such we're talking about the safe secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. And do we admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. You let that secret information out to the public domain. You'll be making an enemy to the entire British government. Minute. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair, I mean means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I do not care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please! The courtroom here must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Ziegs, for Pete's sake, stop him! There's the foot. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard carpet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! He's on our side for once. Very well, the defense stands here, and here that of the prosecution has made very clear, I fear. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to that this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs play secret simultaneously. This guy's face is so funny. Quiet! Quiet! Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. Morse code. Hold it! Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Hawk. Should be it. That should be it. Let me ask you again, then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Gregdon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of this peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom, Inspector? I did. Finally admits it. Cop, what are you doing, man? It's exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. The trial resumed after the recess, we stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up. Psst, you there? You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something for you, Inspector. With me at this very moment. Well, how about a trade? I suggest you accept. For information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. Peephole in the storeroom, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a serious crime. Namely this! You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the prospector, Mr. Pop Windybank. I did not realize that was his first name. You. Oh, he finally broke. Please tell me he finally broke. Yep, he finally broke! Traitor! Oh shit! Did he just commit murder? Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! Once! Oh shit. That's it then. It's all over. Wow, that's a very got violent real fast. I know. Never trust fancy men! At this point, this is just the only trust that goes into do not trust fancy men. I despised my life growing up. The slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. The little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, better myself. One day I escaped from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. Then you tried to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in small hours. I wanted to drown them out. More money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. And one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fern with a cordiality, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communication office, it was simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. You surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Miltov. Ovaton. That's right, he was a very skilled with his hands. He once been a music box maker apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I've seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man once to the ones in my memories. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've gotten some work for you, Father. I need some music box made. Music box, eh? A musician friend of mine had written some music he wanted to sell to the public. I brought the scores with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him made the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2, you were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already. My light is flickering for some reason. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, we're good. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't make sense, Mr. Graydon. Why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Melitov, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded. I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I wouldn't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. I had no idea what was actually on the disc I've asked him to make. He never knew. But I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him. He never returned home. It was only then I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. After 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? Has anyone with Even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. The Gilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable ways to crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background at all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilder by then, but spared nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this country willing to do anything you ask. McGilder himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. The Gilded's death that day is caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. Would you like to follow me into the courtroom? What is it, officer? This soon than I was led to believe. Oh, it was not a convenience, sir. There were some things changed to the schedule. Oh, must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So, that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter. Hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to alter the omnibus with him, with all matters of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was drowned in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. That's crazy. Mind-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end for me. There were some loose ends, you see. Loose end? Me, I'm assuming? I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed at the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, the music box you need to play them. Oh, look at that now. An ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 Guinness for the young man. What is this? Pennybank's pawnbrokery. Ah, this is the pawnbrokery ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've disposed there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell him tell the fiend the watchword. Put a jewel in pawn for you. We'll fetch a good 10 Guinness if you sell it, so it will. I never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite the way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? Those pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know? Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he had taken steps to hit the disc, it would be in the pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that... oh, fuck. I was trying to check. Remember when we first met you at Whitney Banks that afternoon 2 days ago? You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? In the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodworks on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, I'm sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Winnie Banks to redeem the article. Unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the disc that was in its pocket. An all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I wasn't aware of that fact, and it had not been. I could have avoided my night extrusions. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered so fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. As we started gathering the fellow's possessions on examining whatever we can lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. For sure the music box and the second one were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew I had to race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place the same night. With the help of your old friends, the Sulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I've sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. The second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it in my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain on my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. Unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. Manos had already turned to flee. I had no intent to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of the back as he fled through the storeroom for refuge. Sorry too. It all took place in a blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo ever realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. Hey Yuma, I think you're pretty rad. Oh, thank you. Pickle. That's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. You did it. Right? There's nothing more. Right? Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for a crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He has become restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He's been charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact still remains. Radish! Radish! I can't talk today. Bleh. Whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty, the crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defense, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yes? It's time for the final jurisdiction. I can talk. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Yep. Last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. Okay. Thank you, Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we come out at the top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Mrs. Straight, I'm not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago, in my courtroom, none less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to upset Epigon, Epsecond, I don't know, with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. Not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aww, and just so was I getting excited about throwing a party for Jeannie this evening. And turning to our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly the most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets must be decimated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he had done. So, if I may say something on that point, and it's about the sound produced by the music box before. I do wonder if it was really Morse code after all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fantastical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaninglessly serious of two different tones. What? What? Can it really be? Was it Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nuts? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain your share of secret sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss natures of government communication. You know, McGilded transpired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. God damn it. But it's really going to bother me! Miss Lestrade? Yeah, my lord. That which you see today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see in most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life is. Nah. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you got to start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that is a valuable lesson, I would say. I urgently look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty! Fucking finally! We did it! Fucking finally! After, like, 5 streams! Yeah! Gina! Straight up! You did it! That is all. Court is adjourned. 4 streams? 4 to 5? Probably more? I don't know. Oh, why are we here? Why are we here? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Oh, finally, he does not call us Nipponese. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grim of the surprisingly heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging characters, especially considering our very different cultures. Where is he going with this? I do not think there's any curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one simple reason. Lock swords with you once again, here in this courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time in 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trusting with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. About you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the timing comes, you'll learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Cliffhanger! Coming to known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Ring! So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. What happens now? What happens now? Don't leave me like this! Oh my god, this has been long. Done. It's over at last. But... where's disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Okay, give me the coach shoulder, I guess. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. Believe in me, right up in the end. You're as odd as your name. I thought about it. I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? And my story, and almost everything else. No one ever has before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. It's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that just 'cause I was scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had the taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone, and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think you have to thank... I have you to thank of reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make it a whole lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pecking in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know... Alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Runosuke. A defense lawyer is only good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel that I understand what you mean, Suma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Not again! Ah, that voice. Too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said if you finally noticed me. Oh, you people! With the insert blabbing! Mr. Sholmes! Yes, it is me all along, you see. I feel so bad for the guy. Like the fucking bailiff. I'd assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was. Only I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of 1 or 2 photos of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge to them to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. Enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you? Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strayed? While you have a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, that's true. So I have indeed been falling somewhat cold, not perhaps as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strayed. And what's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in the trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found out guilty in a trial was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by my fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to the irrational drivel myself. You're stupid. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He wouldn't have gotten the wrong end of the stick. Because there are some cubs like that bug trotter who are rotten to the core. And in the end of the day, I'm upstairs making sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper's taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. I ain't like McGilded's this world. Trait in you, which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi! Just give it a rest, alright? I was gonna say congratulations are in order. News of your acquittal has been very welcome news to me as well. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations. Congrats. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been there? Damn. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made another fool of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as the bailiff. But these adults didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have any presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Oh. Oh, be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Jeannie tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look at me like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. Heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to amend for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Taking the boat, charter stuff was in lurk, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving in an offense is a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? No, but I wasn't never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I was gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums, something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Jeannie. I'll make sure you could do it. Always so sweet. What is it? No, she's crying. Nothing. Oh, Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, madam. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo. Yes? Not again! He's gonna shoot us. He's gonna shoot us. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase here missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade? On occasion such as this. Thank you. I recommend a single thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Jeannie. Right. I see. Well, don't shoot us. Oh! Thanks. Photo. Oh, I wanna hug her! Oh, thank you for everything you've done for believing me. Why is this so cute? Oh, I wanna hug her. He's not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. She's so precious! Also, we've been streaming for like close to 5 hours. That's crazy. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I ever see her again. Oh well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. This is a special edition, and the trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Ugh, not a gun. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Early? As usual, I think I get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of hearing anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start off with good news this time. Rain has finally stopped. It is a record level rainfall, apparently. That's good. Well, that's good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? Huge storm has left the sea very choppy. Channel is in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover might be delayed a day or two. Wait, Dover? That's right! If we head to the station immediately, we may still be able to wave Susie off! But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for an early express. If we hurry now, we'll be able to be there in time for dinner. And I know a fine restaurant will serve the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again! Indeed, he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transports directions foibles. What? I really made my knowledge known to them that the man, and he happily laid the locomotive. Elementary. I'm also losing my voice, wow. And just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London Victoria! I swear, if we get to see her off. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Sato, where are you? Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Sato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we've heard that sailing were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Book you were about to throw into sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. you're saying goodbye to law? You, Sasato-san? Would I be correct to assume it's because of the people, Mrs. Sato-san? Mrs. Sato. I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide it. In fact. Aww. What I did was utterly unforgivable. It reminds me. How did you even come to this, Susie? On the evening on the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, and that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it was so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice it for ages. And on a whim, I thought it would be funny to see if I'd take your cat flap-o-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! The Shlomes! The Shlomes! You mean Mr. Naruhodo? Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. The doors started to play on my mind. Storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at the moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang in my mind. I was worried about Gina's. I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapple map to make the people in the door. As captured in the photographic print in the shop by one of Hurley's red recorders. Indeed. It was the first of the importance at that point. Precisely when the people was made, the information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would be a large amount of nothing. But when I looked through the hole of the door, the sight of that met my eye made my blood run cold. Thoughts started running through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would have never done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her as for the crime. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have been behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I made wasn't actually there until after the crime was committed, of course. The crime would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. The possibility of an rather ingenious trap was there not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew that at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. So I decided to confide in Mr. Shlomes. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no possible means of escape. The truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowledge tampering with this crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Mrs. Straits. Mrs. Sato. Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. The moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. Bugger! What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Raydon is the one who lied to the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if that peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not sure at all if she would have been acquitted in the end. Sasato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too, from my regrets. Oh, please tell me we hug her. Please tell me we hug her. Oh! Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Straight's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose threads in that trial will continue to play in my mind for sure. The revelation that music box contained secret message, Mr. Naruhodo. But trying to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communication officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that majority of the sound of the disc was just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we talked about the secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher, to avoid being readily understood should they be intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then, we never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. We don't need to know. Don't tell me he has it in his chocolate bar or something. Okay. Soji? Sogi? What? Wow, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asoki. Does that word mean something to you? Kazuma's back? Mean something? Kazuma. Sogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? The same confusion? I wrote it down during the trial before. When the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. Oh god, Kazuma's back? I thought the message probably wouldn't be written in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the word just didn't make any sense. That is, in English at least. It's Japanese. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code. That's not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own language. I don't believe it. Are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code before. And I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asoki? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spend some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Really? Then I might recommend you, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Or basically just read it out loud. But be that it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. Oh god, don't tell me he's back. If he's back, oh no, is this a sign? Is this how we get spoiled? But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long secret is supposed to mean supposedly mean is dots and dash. It's made the color drain from Sasato's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. The British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to list 4 people's names. 4 names. First is that's Kazuma. Kazuma Asuki. Why? Why was his name on that disc? Second is A. Shin. I don't recognize the name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson? Oh, it seemed Tobias Gregson is the third name on the list. And what is his name doing in the government communications as well? And the last name is... What's the matter, Mrs. Otto? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Please, just tell us, girl, just tell us. Just don't keep the suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Oh, don't... What? Wilson. John H. Wilson. You mean Patty? It's only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. And after the 4 name, it reads, I translated from Japanese, that is all 4. Daddy, shut up, Kaito. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. Thing is, 2 of them are dead. Don't tell me it's going to be all 4 people dead. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo are from. Oh no. If our first trial is her dad, how do we tell him that he's dead? Oh well. No, not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots with J among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winnybag's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder about the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail off on that steamship first to the port of Durkin in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Otto. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhito, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Oh, really, Susie? Oh god, this is gonna make me cry. Oh no, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise. About your manuscript. Huh. Oh, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. I'm going to cry. Fuck, I'm a baby, man. I hate emotional shit. Miss Naruhado? Yes. Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Burrow, when I dragged you out of from that wardrobe, still have a sleep. When I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember right, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Sato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange being thrown together as we were in that case. I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Mrs. Sato, like I'm gonna cry. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell till then. Oh, please don't hug her! Please! Please don't wee hug her! That's all I ask. Please. Or at least cutscene me!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Oh, even the cat!
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Oh, he's finally playing it correctly.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
With the power of friendship. You couldn't show me them hugging each other? You couldn't give me that? You're gonna make me cry today, stream? Are you really gonna cry to me, game? Fuck. What up, bitch? Ah, yes, Miss Naruhado. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. Oh god. Don't do this, I'm gonna cry. The railroad company has decided to sue over the special express train apparently. What? Huh? It caused so much commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at the stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Oh god, really? Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Really, bitch? Ha? Ha? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. Do not worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. I swear, if this is the next trial, I will. If this is the next trial in the next game, I'm throwing hands with Sholmes. It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really did look like he was the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Pull it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words. And I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Oh my god, we did it! Let's go! I'm not speedreading if there's any, like, dialogue similar to, like, the first one. But this was really... Although very long, this was a very good case. And while the credits go on, because... No, I'm not speedreading this. Hundreds of beauty books. Yeah, no, I'm not reading this. You're crazy thinking I'm speedreading that. But yeah... Yeah, why is the giant machine back? I just realized. Why is the giant machine back? I just see it in the back. Oh, lord. But yeah. Oh... I really am happy that I was able to play this. I really am. This was entirely worth it. We did it! Now we just have the second game to deal with, and that's also gonna be like 15 streams probably. Oh my god. 5 hours! 5 hours! We did it! We did it! I forgot you exist. Why are we back here? Massive W, I know. We finally did it. We finally fucking did it. Now we have another game to fucking deal with too! Because there's 2 games, and I have 1. And 1 was already done. So we got 1 more in this one. And then I got the Apollo Justice one. Thank you to King and Eve for giving me that on my birthday. Oh my god. My entire brain hurts. We're gonna let the credits go through, but holy hell. Blech. My throat hurts too, but still fun either way. But it was worth it. Ah, Lord. Okay, let's see. In the meantime, I'm gonna search if anyone else is streaming this game. Not too far off. Nope, everyone's too far for me to raid for anyone who's actually playing the game. Okay, let's see. I have some options. Yeah, I have some options. My throat is killing me. Well, have been a good fucking game. All the music were bangers, though. You know, while this is going, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Oh, I just came back at perfect timing. The fucking artwork. A walk of, shame? Well, no, not really. Walk of victory? Hmm. Nakazuma. Oh my god, I hate it. Nakazuma just leaving. Nakazuma just stopping. Nakazuma's gone. Susaru! Susaru! Thank you, Wizbot. Bro, why did he seem shorter? The cat. Oh, I just realized Films was behind us too. Oh, I swear, I swear, if Von Zakes fucking comes in, I will fucking lose my mind. Okay. Oh, they had the smile. Why do we look all so crazy? Not the snap. God, I'm so stupid. fuck? Oh, why you do this to me? Your boy. Your boy. Okay, we will do this one. Okay, I'm excited. Just based off these thumbnails, I'm excited for the first one. But am I going to do it? No. I will do this another stream. Oh, holy hell. Also, what the fuck happened? OBS, you good? OBS, you good, buddy? You okay? Okay, let me turn this off. So yeah, we'll we'll start the new adventures a tiny bit later. Or at least, another stream. I don't know when. But, yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed the trial as hell. That was kind of fun. See who we can wait. We got some people for rating. Thank you for stream. This was fun. I'm glad you enjoyed it. As much as entirely solo, Yuma dying and fucking losing her mind. But yeah. We will start off the new one at some point. Here's message number 1 for those without subs, and raid message number 2 is for those with subs. I appreciate everyone here. Here's the YouTube that I will put VODs in. I need to speedrun those, I promise. Here is the Discord and socials. What am I forgetting? But yeah, if you enjoy my content, please hit the follow button. And if you want to steal Jeff Bezos' money and give it to me to have lovely emotes, some of them, majority of them made by me, but a lot of them are made by lovely friends, you can. But, we are going to be rating... I rated Doctor before. Let me check. Who I have rated. Remember? Not really. I've rated Drapu. I've rated Doctor. Prince Pirate. Okay. Okay, if you want sushi points, I will be rating into I'll be rating into Minty, who is playing Cult of the Lamb. But yeah, stay for some lovely sushis. Minty. Who is, I think, starting out in Cult of the Lamb, but if you want some lovely sushis, stay for the raid. But yeah, other than that, I will see y'all most likely Thursday. Other than that, I don't know what I'm streaming. I think I'm gonna see if I can play TFT. This is gonna be without model. But yeah. Other than that, I'll hopefully see you guys soon. Have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and I will see y'all next time. Bye!